Okay.
Oh, I mean, good evening.
Good, how about you? I did make that assumption that that would be a goal. And that's confidence for that's one.
I was pointing out what I wanted.
Oh. Maybe him, with the students. Yes, thank you. That's what I'm assuming.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah.
Hello there. Oh, good to be back. I'm feeling good.
We all. You're right.
Yes. All right. Well, I was represented. I got it. Might have been just.
No, she said they got it there Monday. She was told there Monday. Okay. Oh, okay. She just said something.
So that's. Yeah, for sure.
I hit that hammer and get going and start opening ceremony, swearing in, and you get talking.
Appreciate it, sir.
They still haven't come through yet, ma'am. They're probably large. It's okay, it's not your fault. It's the internet, it ain't you.
Somebody can switch it?
I think that's the officer. It's one of the police officers sitting there. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the regularly scheduled, to the Highland Park City Council in-person and virtual regular meeting scheduled for today, October 21st at 7 p.m. For our opening ceremonies, we are blessed once again to be welcoming new members into the Highland Park police community. It is my pleasure to turn the floor over to Officer Monroe and also to our clerk to preside over the swearing in ceremony of Highland Park's newest officer. Sir, the floor is yours, madam.
Good evening
Good evening.
to the honorable body and the citizens of Highland Park. I'm Officer Monroe, Chief's office. Chief sends his regards to you all. He had an emergency, very last minute emergency we had to get to. But I present to you all today candidate Brian Browder, who's coming to the police department. We're grateful to have him. We're grateful to have him. He's a Highland Park resident. He's the epitome of perseverance. He went through some things, got injured in the academy, but he stuck with us. And he satisfied all the requirements for Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. Present him today to be sworn in as a police officer for the city of Highland.
All right. Hold on one second. Can I get you to do something? I cannot see you in the camera, so I want you to, if you guys don't mind moving to the podium, that way we can see you both. Yes, sir. We want you to be able to show this to your family.
Can you see him?
And you're gonna get on my nerves because I'm gonna ask you to switch sides.
You want me to switch?
I want his smiling face to be on that camera.
Oh.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I repeat your name.
I, Brian Browder,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and the Highland Park City Charter,
and the Highland Park City Charter,
and I will discharge the duties
and I will discharge the duties
as a police officer for the city of Highland Park
as a police officer of the City of Highland Park
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir.
Now, Officer Browder, what you'll see when you go home and watch that tape is I made sure that there was a video of you and your mother behind you videotaping you at the same time. So you can cut that clip. Y'all all in the picture, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, appreciate it.
Congratulations. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Madam Deputy Clerk, if you would be so kind enough to call the roll for tonight's meeting.
Councilman Ashafi? Councilman Ashafi?
Present.
Councilwoman Martin?
Here.
Councilwoman Manica?
Here.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Present.
Council President Thomas?
Here, thank you very much. Moving on to item 3, we're looking at the approval of the agenda. City Council, what's your pleasure on this item?
Good evening. I move to approve the approval of the agenda, agenda for Monday, October 21st, 2024.
Support.
We have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight made by Councilwoman Manica. Support is offered by Councilwoman Martin. I see no hands, no questions, no concern. Would you go ahead and take the roll on approval of the agenda?
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to the approval of the minutes, we have the in-person and virtual workshop meeting held on October 7th, 2024. City Council, what is your pleasure on the minutes for that?
I move to approve the proposed minutes, in-person and virtual workshop meeting held October 7th, 2024.
Support.
And support from Councilwoman Martin. The motion is made by Councilwoman Manica to approve the workshop and virtual and in-person meeting held for October 7th. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion carries. The next is for the in-person and virtual regular meeting held on October 7th, October 2024. City Council, what is your pleasure?
I move to approve the proposed minute for the in-person and virtual regular meeting held October 7th, 2024. Support.
Support. Motion is made by Councilwoman Manica to approve the virtual regular in-person meeting held on October 7th. Support is offered by Councilwoman Martin. If you would go ahead and call the roll on this item, ma'am.
Councilman Ashafi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to the corrected in-person and virtual regular meeting minutes held on October 16th, 2024. Council, I'm going to give you a minute because there was a criteria that needed to be met for these minutes to come back. I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to look at those, and then when you're ready, if you want to entertain a motion for approval, the chair is open.
We're doing a motion.
Yes, ma'am, but I wanted to make sure that there was a criteria for this to be met. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilman Ashafi to approve the corrected in-person and virtual regular meeting minutes for the meeting held on September 16th, 2024. Do we have support? I thought I heard a voice. Ms. Manica offers us support. Should go ahead and call the roll on the corrected in-person and virtual regular meeting minutes.
Councilman Ashafi,
Yes, for corrections.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the portion of the program that we turn over to the mayor's office for every meeting to allow her an opportunity to address the public. Madam Mayor, if you would be kind enough to join us.
Thank you, honorable body, to the citizens of Highland Park Council and administration. I'm gonna take my time to honor someone. If she's here, is Ms. Cotton here? Yes. Ms. Cotton served in Vietnam and she was not able to get her pen when we did the penning ceremony at Soul Harvest Ministries. And so I asked her to come in, and I was going to utilize my time to make sure that she receives her just award. I'm gonna try to talk as loud as I can. I had oral surgery, so my mom is still a little sore. So Vietnam Veterans Lapel Pin, this is why you present. Purpose, to recognize, thank, and honor United States military veterans who served during the Vietnam War. Living who's eligible? Living United States veterans who served on active duty in the U.S. Armed Forces at any time during the period of November 1st, 1955 to May 15th, 1975. Regardless of locations, are eligible to receive one lapel pin. These lapel pins will be presented in dignified manner to each Vietnam veteran during public events held in their community by commemorative partners. Accompanying remarks should reflect the nation's thanks for their service and sacrifice. In the rare instance when an honoree cannot attend a public event, the pin may be presented during a private ceremony. This is considered a private ceremony because she was not able to come to the event. So the symbolism, the eagle represents courage, honor, and dedication service to the nation. As one of the most recognizable and notable American symbols, it is emblazoned with distinction on numerous military insignia, the blue circle, and on this pin, that's what's on here. It looks like this. I don't know if you can see it. I can see it. Okay, so the blue circle, the color blue matches the canton of the American flag and signifies vigilance, perseverance, and justice. The circle shape and blue color also match the official seal of the commemorations. The wreath, a time-honored symbol representing victory, integrity, and strength. Stripes, the stripe behind the eagle represents the American flag. The stars represent 6 allies who served, sacrificed, and fought alongside one another: Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Republic of Korea, Highland, and the United States. Message: a grateful nation, thanks and honor to you. Is embroidered on the back. Close to the heart of the wearer. Also, the official name of the commemoration is included and remind each veteran that this is the national initiative, and this lapel pin is the nation's lasting momentum of thanks for returning home safe. In the house, please stand. Not Vietnam veterans, but veterans, if you're a veteran, you guys. Any veteran. This pen is presented to you from the state of Michigan. And because you are a part of the ceremony, we want to make sure that you receive your pen. As most of you know, Vietnam veterans was not welcome home properly. They did not receive all of the accolades that they should have when they came home. And this is a way to honor them. So this is your pen. Try to get it on. Yeah, I'll see. Thank you for your service. Marcus is Cheryl, I'm waiting to get in touch with him, and as soon as that happens, I'll be able to get him his pen. Thank you for your time, council. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Can I get my timer here? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the portion of the program that we reserve for citizens' participation. For agenda item. And for those of you who have the agenda in front of you, we have items under administration, the approval of the CDACs. Under community development, we brought the solar ordinance, the solar zoning ordinance back to us, a resolution to issue an RFI to seek information regarding potential demolition of large structures. Under recreation, we have 2 items. We're seeking a gift from Say Detroit, a resolution to issue an RFP for the Spark Grant, professional construction management services. Resolution to accept the Detroit Area and Agency Grant, and then an outside communication from the Prayer Temple of Love. Do we have people that want to come and speak? Please come up to the podium, and I will let you say your name, ma'am, and then I will start the timer.
Hello, everyone. The name is Miss Fry. Got a nice new podium. All right. What is RFI? RFI mean resolution for to issue RFI. Request for information. And that's the demolition for the Highland Towers. This is just a thought. If the money is just for the Highland Towers, then you use it for that. But there are so many in the inner city of the community that needs demolition. And I'm thinking whoever purchased that land, they should demo. You know, it just depends on how it goes, but we have to look at what's happening in the community, because it's for safety reasons and all that. And you've been living next to a building for so long that needs to be demoed on that list. So, and the seniors, what would that grant be used for? And how would it be used?
Thank you, ma'am. I see a lot of people taking notes, so people may try to answer those questions for you.
All right, my name's Gracie Wooten, 249 Easton Street. And for the agenda item number 7, regarding the solar ordinance, I'm really in support of that being adopted, that resolution. And I just wanted to just talk a little bit about, in my 2 minutes, about like the history of getting to this point. About 2 years ago, there was a community collaboration between the city of Highland Park and different organizations, Solidarity being in the lead, but other organizations supporting that particular collaboration, which was called Communities Leap. And what that was about, the Department of Energy actually gave Highland Park $500,000 in trying to help them in technical support that they needed in order to get things done, around progressive ideas like solar. And NCA worked on updating the engineering manual. And also what happened was this solar ordinance was, worked out. I remember Eric, who's part of NCA, worked on that. And also Raphael was very involved. He's a member of Solidarity. And a lot of hard work went into that. When this solar ordinance has to be adopted, we need a solar ordinance. The community development, community and economic development, what they did at the invitation of the Department of Energy, they were able to apply for a grant. Because of the fact that all that effort went into Communities Leap, it put Highland Park in a real good position to be awarded other grants from the state and federal government. So that particular grant, that's C-Site grant, which is tied to the support or getting through with our solar ordinance. What we're risking is like $2.5 million that the city can have, to actually do some work in solar. And, there are other communities all over the country. I was so proud of Highland Park, and Highland Park I didn't hear this from Highland Park. I saw this on the Department of Energy's website. They said, congratulations to about 12 communities out of 100 that were awarded this C-Site grant. And I said, oh my goodness, because I didn't know that Highland Park had even, well, yeah, I did. I knew that they had applied for it because back in the spring, that's when the council supported community development in applying for the grant. So I was so glad, and I said, dang, we need to be, trumpeting, like really, shouting out the fact that we actually won something, that we are moving forward. So I just, like I said, I'm very in support of us getting the solar ordinance because we need this, we need the progress and the things that this could actually do for us. So that's what I wanted to say. And I know I'm not even up here talking about how, Hamilton needs to be lit, but this particular grant, remember, includes other things that can happen other than solar lights. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more citizens like to be heard from? Are you coming up?
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
My name is Michelle Jones, 76 Colorado Street. I am also trumpeting Miss Gracie. Highland Park needs to come out of the dark. When we have an opportunity to do so in a way that will be a global model to other cities our size, that's what they can do. We have the resources, we've got backing, and it's time for us to move forward into the light, okay? The world is watching. Detroit is watching. Michigan is watching. Let's show them that Highland Park comes together, not just the residents, but the residents and the governing body comes together and says, hey, we are here and we're gonna let you see us. And we can do this if we will work together to support the ordinance being done, whatever needs to be done. I'm not a technical person. I'm just a resident. I will be honest, okay? I don't understand all the technicalities, but I do understand that I want to see my street lit up. I do understand that I want to see my children, my grandchildren be able to play out in front of the house and not constantly looking. I do want to see us in a position where we're not dependent on someone else when an outage happens. My street gets pitch black in an outage. That corner, the only thing you see if you turn your phone on is the stop sign. And that's very dangerous. We have an opportunity to light up Highland Park, not only with street lights, but with all the means necessary to push us forward into the future. Let's take advantage of it. Let's work together and let's show the world what we can do.
My name is Sharon Cotton. I live at 81 Florence.
Can't hear you.
My name is Sharon Cotton. I live at 81 Florence in Highland Park. Been a resident since '64. And my thing is for Florence Street, I need to get some signs up there for these people to slow down when they come off of Woodward. And those stop signs, they just run them like crazy. Now, one of them, Second and my street was down. I made one and put it up and put lights on it and called the police department and told them. 2 days later, maybe a day later, I had a sign up there, you know, and I just, you know, because our blocks from Puritan to Woodward, we do have kids now. You know, kids are moving in the neighborhood. And I'm telling you, the people are flying up and down the street like crazy. I need some signs. I'll put the lights up. I don't care, as long as my street. I asked for the little road things, but they said no, because the police, the fire department, all of them have to be able to come down that street to get to other streets that don't go all the way to Woodward. Understandable. But that speed coming off of Woodward, that's a no-no. That's what I say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, seeing no more bodies move towards the podium, I would thank you all for your input, and we'll move on to item 6 under community development. That is a resolution. I'm sorry, we're on item 5 under the administration, resolution to fill the vacancies for the Citizens District Advisory Council, CDAC, in the city of Highland Park. Let me move over to that. Whereas in accordance with section 7-18, of the City of Highland Park Charter, the City of Highland Park shall establish CDACs to meet with residents in their respective districts and discuss ideas pertinent to those neighborhoods, to share ideas among various CDACs and with city officials to promote a more efficient and enjoyable city. And whereas the City of Highland Park adopted the CDAC ordinance October 5th of 2020. And whereas there shall be 5 members, 2 of the members shall be appointed by the mayor and 2 of the members shall be appointed by the city. And the 5th members will be selected by the city council, with the 5th members being selected by the 4 members already appointed. And whereas all CDAC members must be Highland Park residents and reside within their respective precincts. And whereas the city of Highland Park desires to follow the charter and improve the quality of life for residents in the city of Highland Park. By establishing the CDACs, now therefore be it resolved that the city of Highland Park approves the following appointments to the CDACs for the city of Highland Park beginning November 1st. City Council appointments for District 1 Precinct 1 is Nikki Padrell, Tamara Pedway. District 1 Precinct 2 is Patrick Green, Kenya Jackson. District 2 Precinct 3 is Natalie Oliver and Carrie Eason. District 2 Precinct 4 is Famika Roberts and Brandon Lopez. District 3 Precinct 5 is Marjorie Thomas and Cassandra Walker. District 3 Precinct 6 is Doris Harris and Shannon Bryce. Mayor's appointees for District 1 Precinct 1 would be Sharon Wagner and Angela Askew. District 1 Precinct 2 would be Kelsey Hall and Lisa Butler. District 2, Precinct 3 will be Beatrice Hamilton and Janice Walker. District 2, Precinct 4 will be Clifford Chapman and Tawan Fagan. District 3, Precinct 5 will be Yolanda Roland Muse, Sandra Beer. District 3, Precinct 6 will be Mark Ashley Price and Renee Ford. That is item 5, resolution to fill the vacancies for the CDACs. That's the Citizens District Advisory Councils in the city of Highland Park. Council members, what is your pleasure on item 5?
I move to approve. I move to approve the resolution to fill the vacancies for the Citizens District Advisory Council, CDAC, in the city of Highland Park.
Second with questions.
We have a second from Councilman Ashafi to the motion made by Councilwoman Manica to approve this resolution to fill the vacancies. Mr. Ashafi, the floor is yours.
I just want to make sure that, each council member that these are people that they can.
That will,
I have one change that's going to have to be made, unfortunately.
In what area?
District 1, Precinct 1, Tamara Petway. Unforeseen situation, gonna have to remove her.
Okay, so who are we replacing?
I would like to request to. Previously, there was a Mark Wise Jr. on the CAC, just to keep him on there until I'm able to find someone else.
District 1, Precinct 1?
Yes, District 1, Precinct 1,
Mr. Wise is currently appointed?
yes.
Okay,
Okay.
Well, he's not, it expired.
okay, so you want to reappoint him?
Yes.
Okay.
Question, does that go like that? Can he just stay or?
No, I'm reappointing, I'm sorry, that was my misspoke. I'm reappointing.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Manica has, in response to questions about the list, she has withdrawn Tamara Petway and replaced that name with the reappointment of Mr. Mark Wise.
Mark
Okay.
Wise,
Junior.
Mark Wise, that's W-I-S-E.
WISE MARC.
MARC. Thank you,
Okay,
Benny.
M-A-R-C, not K.
Yes.
So that's, those are your people in District 2, these are the ones that you picked?
District 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, Council President.
Yeah. So this would be appointed by the city administration.
Like it says, it's two.
Council President.
I said council.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Ashafi.
Can we get that correction made on this?
On the motion.
Yes.
Yeah, so with that, so that, as I read the names that were listed, ladies and gentlemen, I read the names as they were listed as submitted by members of council, the various districts prior to the meeting. The amendment to that would be for District 1, Precinct 1, the person that would be nominated would be Nikki Padrell and then Mark Wise, who is currently a member of the CDAC. This is a reappointment for Mr. Wise. And that is, again, this list that is turned in, that is provided at this meeting is a list of the names that the members have selected. So I made a note to let the record show that she will be removing and we replace them. Also, as we read through this resolution, if I could get your attention, ladies and gentlemen on the council, to go to the third whereas there shall be 5 members, 2 of the members shall be appointed by the mayor and 2 of the members shall be appointed. If you would strike through by the city with the 5th members being selected by the city council, that is a redundant statement. It's a grammatical error. The clerk just informed me of that. So it should read, this is the third whereas, there shall be 5 members, 2 of the members shall be appointed by the mayor, 2 of the members shall be appointed by the city council, with the 5th member being selected by the 4 members already appointed. Okay? With those changes, we still have a motion on the floor. That motion was made by Councilwoman Manica. It was supported by Councilman Ashafi. If there are any additional questions, I will be happy to entertain those questions. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and call for the vote
Yeah, I have additional questions. So
Yes, ma'am,
this is-
please.
This is only what city council appointed.
The mayor's appointments
Oh,
are
it's at
at,
the bottom, I see.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's it.
And let me just inform the audience, what I didn't read is this is a 3-year term ending October 31st, 2027. The appointment will begin on November 1st. So the term is November 1st, 2024 to October 31st, 2027. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 5?
Councilman Ashafi? Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to item 6 under community development, A, resolution to approve the amendment to the planning and zoning ordinance to include a solar energy systems SES provision. City Council, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion to approve it, but I would like to make a couple statements first. Is that possible, or do I have to make the motion first?
Make the motion and you can say with amendments with,
I move to approve the resolution to approve amendment to the planning and zoning ordinance to include a solar energy system, SES provision, first reading.
final, this is final.
I'm sorry. No, this is the first reading.
No, it will be a final, because we did the first reading, it will be a final as presented previously. Because we haven't made any changes. It was a stalemate at the last meeting. What was the change? Tell me.
This is not, it no longer includes the piece about Mr. Tyborn. It does, it's just solely.
That was a different, that was a different
That was,
resolution.
yeah, that was a different one. That was different. That was the grant that came.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
Okay,
So is this
I
a
agree with
first
Council
reading?
President. That should have been the second read on here. It says first read on it.
So it should, so that means it should say, we had a first read already. We
Okay,
read it into the record.
Right.
It came before the body. We had a member absent. We reached a stalemate. There was also among the members, additional discussion necessary to fulfill whatever their concerns were and drill down to that. We have brought this back because did not get a proper vote. Again, we ran into a stalemate. If my understanding is correct, this document is the same document that we had for the first reading. It hasn't changed at all. And we were prepared to vote on it for a final reading at the last meeting, right?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I believe it's already been published
Okay.
after the first reading, and then if it would be passed as presented, you wouldn't have to do the additional reading like you did the first time.
So that's what will be required within your motion, madam. You will have to make a motion to approve it as presented.
okay, as presented.
Yes, ma'am. Basically the same motion that you made, but you have to put,
I got that part. But
yes,
I guess I want to be clear. I think we all might want to be clear. This is the final and not the second reading.
final.
It is the second reading. It's the final reading. The first one you did
Okay, gotcha.
previously.
Okay,
So we had a motion. Do we have support? We haven't had a motion yet. We have support. Where are we right now? We need to make that motion.
motion is here.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution to approve amendment to planning and zoning ordinance to include a solar energy systems SES provision.
As presented.
I'm sorry, as presented.
So we have a motion on the floor made by Councilwoman Manica for the to the resolution to approve the amended planning and zoning ordinance to include the solar energy system SES provision as presented. This is a final reading. Do we have support?
Or
We have support from council.
Say first reading or final?
Final.
final.
So we're correcting it. Final.
Yeah, as presented.
And then as
So the last one should say in there too. So they have now therefore be resolved, so that should be taken out.
Okay. Let's make sure we get this thing right. We're gonna do it on the front page. Now therefore it be resolved. Through its first reading only, that needs to be stricken from the record. We're gonna do it, we gotta do it correct. So if you would go to the first page of item 6A, now therefore be it resolved that the city council strike through its first reading on, approves the amendment to the city planning and zoning, including the provision for utilization and regulation of solar energy systems. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Manica, supported by Councilwoman Martin. Do we have any additional questions, concerns, dissent? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on,
Questions?
I'm sorry, go right ahead, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, so my concern with this particular ordinance. And, I wanted to thank the residents on Facebook and concerned citizens for all of the comments. So, I'll give it to you as it is. I'm concerned about this ordinance because in this ordinance, I see no protections for those residents who are currently with a solar program in this city that's already doing so. That includes you, Council President. I don't see any protection in here, any grandfathering for those residents. Secondly, I don't see, well, I'm concerned. So we need this ordinance to spend this money. Is that correct?
With the ordinance, I believe funding is provided to us if we have an ordinance.
Okay, so I'm concerned about how we got this funding. So I was going to keep this in-house and just discuss it among the administration and the council members. But the residents of Highland Park, they had such lovely concerns and questions and disrespect on concerned citizens. I thought I'd respond accordingly. So my concern is how you got this funding. Okay, according to the website, according to Mr.'s website, the city was awarded this grant in May of this year. However, you didn't come before this council. Well, I shouldn't say you, I should say the administration did not come before this council and ask for permission to apply for that grant until September the 7th. They came back 2 weeks after that and asked for us to accept the grant September the 16th. Now that's moving real fast. I've never known the state to move that fast. So I did a little bit of digging. Apparently, somebody applied for this grant back in April and did not allow this council to give permission or be notified in any shape, form, or fashion. Being on top of that, I look at your application and I look at the rules. And the rules clearly state that we must already have a full-time CED director before we even apply for this grant. Carlton wasn't approved as full-time CED director until the 16th of September. They applied for this grant in April of this year and they got it in May. So somebody lied on that application about Carlton being full-time. That's a problem. Excuse me, I didn't ask for any comments. I'm making my statement and then you're more than welcome to retort afterwards. Okay. Hold on a second. So,
No, the five of us.
So all I'm concerned about is how we got this grant in the manner in which it was received. Now, everybody's sitting here, they beat me up about, well, I didn't approve the lights. Furthermore, we got 30 street lights. Nobody's telling us where it's gonna go and what neighborhoods it's gonna go to. Excuse me, I didn't ask for any comments.
No, I'm talking to them. I see their hands.
Okay. Nobody's telling us where this money, where these lights are gonna go. But the price tag for these 30 solar lights comes out to a little bit over $400,000. Nobody is also telling us in this grant where the other $2.1 million are going to be spent. There's no oversight. There's no concern about rules or regulations. Council didn't put anything into place to say what can be done and how it should be done. So we're leaving another $2.1 million in the wind for anybody to do as whatever they see fit with no guidelines, no rules, no restrictions, but you're asking me to sign off on something. I'm looking at fraud. I'm looking at deception to this council. Somebody applied for this grant in April and said nothing to us about it. But you waited until the deadline of September the 20th, you came back to us on the 16th and wanted to force it down our throat and say, sign it, or we're going to lose this grant. You had all of that time to come to us and give us a heads up as to what's going on, but nobody did that. And nobody's paying attention to that, and nobody seems to care. And that's the funny part about it. Y'all too old to be this naive. I'm sorry. We're too old to be this naive. Okay, so something is amiss here, and I need it addressed. I need some answers to it. I want to know who applied for this grant in April and then tell us about it. And furthermore, why was it approved? Why did we receive the grant in May of this year, according to the website, but you didn't bring it to us until the deadline of September the 16th. Okay, so much is there, and I'm just concerned about it. Everybody is telling me, oh, we need streetlights. I agree with you on that. And normally I wouldn't turn down $2.5 million in free money, but I got a feeling that this is going to be something that's going to backfire on us if we accept it and spend it. I remind you that it's been 10 years since the last time the federal government gave us any money. Can anybody remember the last time the federal government gave us the money? It was the NSP2 program when they built all them houses on Midland. They built all them houses on Midland, and everybody in here knows how that turned out. A lot of that money had to be repaid out of our pockets. So I'm just concerned, okay? I understand that we need lights. I agree with you 100%, okay? But you're asking me to accept something and to approve something that's got a lot of questions and concerns for me sitting in the seat, and I just can't be a part of it if nobody's going to answer that question for me. And I'm asking the administration and the council to give me some clarification as to what's going on here and why the deception. That's what I want to know. Why the deception? And I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much. So at the very beginning, you mentioned me as I don't have any solar systems running, but I looked through this ordinance and I went to permitted uses, solar energy systems are permitted, SAS unit types, allowable zoning districts, all districts, roof mounted, building integrated. Yes, ma'am. I'm answering, and I'm going to pass it to somebody who can answer the other questions. Okay. But I'm sorry. It's right here. This is on, the pages are not numbered. This is under, I'm sorry. Let's go first page, second page, go under, so 12, 6412, major uses. Go to the next page. You start out with intent, and then you have permitted uses. I'm answering the question of the gentleman. So that is roof mounted, building integrated, or ground mounted, all districts. Principal use, ground mounted, less than an acre, all non-residential districts. Principal use ground mounted, 1 acre or more, all non-residential districts. Principal use ground mounted, any size, all residential districts. So all districts can use roof mounted, building integrated, ground mounted systems. That would include anybody.
Okay.
As much
So that
solar
would
I have.
grandfather in the people that currently got something
So yeah,
going on.
it says allowable zone. So it would include, for example, Mr. Shannon's facility, he came to the zoning board of appeals years ago. That area was rezoned specifically for the type of project that he's working on. He came to us in a proactive way and he asked for zoning changes. So those zoning changes were granted. So something like what he's doing over there at Parker Village would not be affected by any solar ordinance. It would not circumvent the work that he has done, particularly being one of the lead advocates for that LEAP activity. He was a part of that coalition as well, along with Solidarity. It would not circumvent any of the activity that Solidarity has been doing in the community as well. That ground placement, again, they went parcel by parcel. They went individual by individual. There was no helicopter money. Each project had to be accounted for. So there was a tight rein on the type of funds that were brought in, and it was specifically to the vendor. There were no middlemen to be able to siphon funds off. It was the actual part that had to be delivered, and the people who did the mounting and all the wiring, they were paid directly out of that grant. So there's no wiggle room for where funds are going to go once they have been dispersed and the areas have been identified. I guess, Mr. Al-Shafi, the decision on where they go should and would come back to us. We'd have to decide. We have 3 districts, 2 at-large members. I'm sure the 5 of us could come with a map and put some dots on it if necessary and come up with that. The other questions we would have to address with the administration. Okay. So I wanted to make sure that I give the mayor an opportunity to speak once we got that first part out. And I know Ms. Manica and Ms. Robinson have both wanted to address that. Mayor, could you do it in as brief a way as possible? Could you address some of the concerns that he had?
Sure. So first I'm going to start with the state. You said you contacted MISTA. This is not a MISTA grant.
No, I looked onto the website and I went, yes, it's on their website.
Grant. This is a federal grant. This grant is called Seaside Grant. This grant is $3.5 million in the facility upgrades, funding opportunities. This grant was for solar, and we worked on this grant with numerous people, MCA, also the CED department. It was partners that was on the site with that. This has nothing to do with the appointment of Mr. Clyde. This grant is for city building energy upgrades. This building is one. Rec Center solar battery, 2, that is $1 million. $1.2 million is for the upgrades here. Solar powered streetlights was asked for $800,000. And efficiency city vehicles is $600,000. So that's where all the money will go.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt you, but my question is why was that information given?
It was presented at a workshop. You all had this workshop.
No, we didn't have this information.
You had this information because here it is right here. And it was presented to you all in your packet on the workshop.
I do not remember that.
Okay, whether you remember or not, sir, it was done.
Okay.
Go back to the workshop.
Okay.
And this is what I want to say to the council members that keep asking me for stuff. It's easy to verify anything if you go to the clerk's office and pull up resolutions, pull up, she's the keeper of records. You can get all records there. Also, if you look in your packages, I don't know if y'all throw them away, don't keep them. I kept mine for 2 years when I was on the council for the whole 4 years. Back them up, pull them out, all that information should be in there. But this grant for the solar lights as well as the other solar efficiency was presented to council and was approved by council.
May 20th.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Grayson. And so at this,
No, ma'am.
at this point, this is the information. So all you need at where we are right now, it's either you're voting it up or you're voting it down. This is a solar ordinance. It's not for the grant, it's for the ordinance. The grant has already been approved. The ordinance is what we need to go forward to get those lights on.
At that workshop,
that-
they made it clear that it was, once we received the grant, the next step for us to do
All
was
the
to create
information.
an ordinance.
And once we go through that, we cannot do anything until we get an ordinance. We can't tell you where they're going. We can't tell you anything until we have an ordinance, because the ordinance will guide us on the procedures of how to do this. Now, you're talking about other people's being protected. Private lights on personal property belongs to the person, to the company. We're talking about lights that will belong to the city. Our ordinance governs that. Now, there's possibilities of, there's nothing in, you said nothing in there. The private properties can put up lights on their property. They can't put them up on our property without coming to the city, but they can put them up on their own property. So that's the other thing, and I was trying to go through it. As far as the misconception that someone is manipulating money. First of all, that's what audit.
I didn't say manipulating money, ma'am.
Give it to me what you said.
I said my concerns are about how this application was done. The rules clearly state,
And the application came
the
before.
rules clearly state, and the application came before us, and in that application that was put before us, it said that we must already have a full-time CED director. So how did we get awarded this grant?
That is
And we
not-
didn't have a full-time CED
That's
director
not the same.
until the 16th.
That's not the same. No, it was not. When it was
That's exactly
presented
what
to
it
you, when it was presented to you, that was not in there.
That was
so-
in the rules.
The
Point of information,
yes,
we're discussing the grant right now.
that's
We're
exactly,
actually-
you're voting on an ordinance. So let's talk about the ordinance. The ordinance is, as you said, you need to have information on where these lights is on and how they're gonna be erected and who's gonna be in charge of that. None of that happens until we get an ordinance that will govern how this works. Ordinances are laws that govern.
Kind of like putting the cart before the horse then.
Well, no, you have to have a law, you have to have an
Yeah,
ordinance.
this should have came first. This actually should have came first.
You can't
No,
have,
please go ahead, Madam
you
Mayor.
do an ordinance, but that's your job. That's your job. Let me just be clear. The job is for the council to create ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Manica, you've been very patient. You had your hand up. Was there something that you wanted to make sure we address?
Yeah,
That's what I'm.
Yeah, who created
address
that?
right there. Hold on.
Because it definitely wasn't created by
No,
us.
Mr. Shafi, the floor is turned over to Ms. Manica. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Ms.
So
Manica.
again, here's the question. There's so much, again, coming at us and so fast and in double talk. I don't care who it is. So listen, y'all, we're talking about an ordinance right now. We're not even talking about the grant. The issue is we need an ordinance to make anything else happen. Whatever grant comes to the table from here forward, whenever anything solar, whether it's a grant or a resident coming and saying, hey, I got a solar panel. I want to put it in my backyard. I want to put it in my front yard. This ordinance says, hey, you can't put it in your front yard. It tells them where they can put it. So right now, what we should be voting on is only an ordinance. So that brings me back to my first question. Last week, the issue was on the grants. And so we read the grants. We read the seaside, however you say it, seaside, we read that last week. That's what we read. That's where Mr. Shafi had his issue with Mr. Claiborne being in that. Now we're doing the ordinance. So again, I don't think anyone on the council is against the ordinance. I think what we're against is the process of what you're trying to give it to us. Anybody? No.
Never mind, I'm sorry.
The process of which is given, he's asking now, who wrote the ordinance? Is it approved by the mayor? Was it Carlton who wrote the ordinance? I know that it says on here that Mr. Damon Geary helped write the ordinance for the solar energy. So if I'm incorrect, you wrote it, right? Don't
So
you?
many things being said. There's no truth.
So that brings me to my next question is, can we have Mr. Garrett come forward to answer any questions in regards to the actual proposed ordinance for solar energy systems?
And-
We are not discussing the seaside grant. at this
Okay,
time.
so before you go, Mr. Garrett, let me just say, when this issue came up to us, at the workshop, I went and looked in the calendar right now, I rolled back up to it. You can hire a consultant to help you write an ordinance. You can hire a team of attorneys to help you write an ordinance. As it related to solar energy, we are fortunate enough to have proverbial experts in the field that work here every day. Crafting the framework for this ordinance, they sent this to us in a workshop, was a process of looking into the world and find best practice and correlate those best practices into an ordinance that would be feasible for any city, but particularly for a city of our size. A team of engineers worked, and I'm still in Mr. Garrett's thunder because I can see the frustration in his face. They actually said these things, and yes, I keep all my folders. They said, you can hire anybody to write an ordinance for you. As consultants, this is our area of expertise. And we went out and we harnessed the best information we could, and we put it in a framework so that when it became law, it was effective. It was also modifiable. He's about to repeat what he said to us back in May. I know where the folder is right now in my office. I can literally see it in my head. They explained to us, we can write an ordinance, or you can hire a consultant to write an ordinance for you. And they were the experts in the building, and they did that. And so, I don't know, Mr. Gary, you always got a lot, but.
I just want to speak the truth, because it's a lot of stuff that not on purpose, but let's go back to the federal money. So what Mr. Shafi said, we accepted the Seed Leap grant in 2022, which Ms. Wooten pointed out, right? That was $500,000 of federal money from the Department of Energy for technical assistance. And under the Seed Leap is where this ordinance was written, not by MCA, but by the Department of Energy. That's where they wrote this back in 22. Okay, so they wrote a draft, and what we.
It's not us though.
It doesn't matter.
I'm just stating the facts. I just want people to know where this came from, who wrote it. We can go down the timeline. That's all I'm trying to do is set it straight so everybody's in the same conversation, because we are in multiple conversations. The Seed Leap, that happened. It was federal money. It's $500,000. They wrote this ordinance that we have before us that we are trying to do the second reading for. It is not the C site. The C site is different. And the C site was brought here in a presentation, and Carlton asked for permission to submit the application. Now, I will say, even though there was a press release, we have not been officially awarded the money because the grant agreement needs to come before what body? This one. So we don't have that money yet, but the presentation was given about the rec center, about the EV charging, about the solar lights, about the building improvements. That was a presentation. Can he submit? Yes, the answer was yes, submitted, and then the city was amongst those 12 that were awarded. That was the C site, and the whole CED director, part-time, full-time was a part of the C site, but it is not the solar ordinance. So those two things are separate. This council approved the C site. Okay, that already happened. What happened was people said, well, did we approve Carlton to get whatever? And then we started backtracking, and then we started voting down on something that was already ready for the second reading. They had nothing to do with that. Okay, so now where we are today is trying to get this ordinance that was written by the DOE, not MCA.
Got you.
Even though I have expertise in that, we got free money. We had not, we didn't want to spend the city's money. We got to spend somebody else's money to get this. So that's how we got this, not by me writing this, not by my staff writing this. So now we're here today for the second reading of this. C site is done. We don't need to talk about that. This is what's on the table today. Now, we had back in 2023, we updated our engineering policy, and it's all kinds of things about solar lights and poles and inverters and all of that, but this is just a policy. This is just our standards. This is not an ordinance. This is not law. So you can either choose to follow this or not, but this has been out for over a year. Again, this kind of stuff came out of that DOE money, that CLEAP money that the city got. They helped the city do these things, so we didn't have to do them. So these documents that we have before us were done with federal money, part of the CLEAP, which was done in coalition with other nonprofit organizations in DOE. So there's a lot of goodness that's been done for the city. Now you fast forward to the CLEAP thing, and that EV chargers was pulled off the table. They did not. It was only approved for $2.5 million, which was rec center, the 30 lights, and fixing this building, which HVAC. That's what has been out there now. Now there's a 6-month process where they make you fill out all this federal forms for all this federal money. When all of that is all done, then that grant agreement needs to come back before, it needs to get submitted to council for council to deliberate on, review all of that. So we don't have that $2.5 million yet. Why? Because we don't have the vehicle for you to accept it. It was just a press release saying Highland Park was awarded, but we don't really have the money yet. So that's kind of where we are with CLEAP, and that's where we are with this. Okay, now hopefully that clears it up. We should be
because I didn't know how wrong I was.
We're not pointing fingers. We're just trying to state facts.
I thought it was something different. You
That's
just
all good.
educated me.
All I'm trying to do is make sure everybody has the information that I have, and so that we can all, us concerned citizens, we can all be on the same page about what's actually happening. Now, I will tell you, everybody's talking about lights. We got lights here, lights there. In this C site grant, you can get a technical assistance in that to put together a lighting plan, because we shouldn't be doing anything until we have a lighting plan for the entire city that studies the city and says light goes here, mid-block here, that. We don't have guidance right now. We got money saying lights. Well, why would we go start putting lights so somebody can be complaining when we put lights over here in District 1 and then put them in 3? Nope, we're not doing that. We need a plan written by someone else, not the engineers, because I don't want to get in that, that says this is where the lights should go. So we can come and present that, and then there's a plan. Just like when we start doing lead service lines, people are like, well, you're gonna go over here and A, B. We had to have a plan that is what we need to follow. It's not by where I want it to go, it's by a plan that's established by others. So that's all the factual information that I have. Hopefully that provides some clarity, and I can not be grimacing over there about mixing up the ordinance with the grants and all of that. But I can assure you, nothing under the table has been done or is being done with the money. That's not, I'm not involved now. I don't want an orange suit. I'm not in that. Okay? I'm not getting in nobody who's doing that. Okay, so now I can assure you that. Now, maybe, you need to backtrack and see when the presentation was done for the C-League, what we approved, when we started. Okay, some of that is out there on the record, as was pointed out. But there's not anything being done under the table about where these improvements should be. We haven't accepted any money. We don't have the thing to accept the money. So that's what I have on all of this.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Members of the council, any additional questions or concerns?
Council President, I got one question. I got one more question, if I may. Please, Ms. Webb, all right.
I just wanted, the other day, in all fairness to council, and to the residents, and to the administration, is we got a lot of grants. We probably need a running list. Running list, like we have the running list of our legal cases, where we have a quarterly review on a legal update. We need a grant update. Because we have so many, and so many of them started prior to this council term, they're ongoing, they're grants we get all the time. And if council had a list, almost like a cheat sheet, then they would have when the grant came before them, when it was awarded, and when the council approved it, so that we don't get them confused like this. In all fairness, it's a lot to try to remember. And I think that's something that Councilman Shafi and I talked about the other day. I think that the administration should commit to providing that list, because they need it too.
Thank you.
So we stay on top of it and not get confused.
I appreciate that. Mr. Shafi?
So Ms. Square definitely hit on the head exactly what I was about to say, because I'm getting conflicting dates here, okay? If the grant was approved in May, it had to be applied for back in April, okay? But they didn't come to us and ask us about the grant or permission to apply for the grant until September the 7th of this year. Then it came back to us September the 16th for its approval and acceptance, okay? So there are 4 dates out there that's making no sense to me, and it's making me question the whole outcome of it. I just have questions and concerns, not being a jerk here. I just have questions and concerns. If I'm looking at 4 dates, when was it applied for? When was it awarded? When was council giving, when did council give permission to apply for it? And when did council accept it? Those 4 dates right there, and they're jumbled up, and I'm not understanding.
Okay, so point of order, we've had an extensive discussion, and I want to remind members what is on the floor right now. It's a resolution to approve the amendment to the planning and zoning ordinance to include solar energy systems, SES provisions. As presented, we have a motion on the floor that was made by Councilwoman Manica. It was seconded by Councilwoman Martin. Do we have additional questions so we can go ahead and take a vote on this item?
I just have a statement.
Go ahead and make your statement, ma'am, so we take this vote.
I just wanted to make sure that it's understood why we're not reading it, because at the end of my motion, I read the statement, as presented. So that means that we no longer have to read it.
Yeah, we all participated. The 3 of us participated in the reading of the record. So we're on, myself and Councilwoman Manica are on the record for reading the ordinance. And there hasn't been any changes to the nomenclature. So with that being said, I don't see any more hands moving. So Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 6A, Community Development Resolution to approve the amendment to the planning and zoning ordinance to include a solar energy systems SES provision as presented today.
Councilman Ashafi,
Until I get a clarity on it, I'm gonna be on the safe side and vote no.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to item 6B under Community Development Resolution to issue an RFI, request for information, to seek information regarding the potential demolition of a large mixed-use building located at 12850 Woodward Avenue. City Council, what's your pleasure on item 6B?
So I move to approve the resolution to issue an RFI to seek information regarding the potential demolition of a large mixed-use building located at 12850 Woodward Avenue with questions.
You have support?
Second with questions.
Go right ahead, ma'am. Mr. Ashafi, you'll be next.
Okay.
So my first question is, why are we doing an RFI and not an RFQ?
If you don't get out of my head, Ms. Manica. If you don't get out of my head, Ms. Manica.
President's council. So we are doing an RFI because we just want to know what it would take to get that building down. So we don't have anything identified. We don't have any money earmarked, but we know that that building needs to come down because it's a huge eyesore and it's holding up some other development. So we're only looking for information on what it will cost and what it looks like to get the building down.
So just in case anyone does not know, an RFI means request for information versus requesting for a bid. Okay. My next question is, it sounds like it's really a quote. That's what it kind of sounds like, but I understand the information. So my next question is there a development entity that is interested in purchasing the property, but would like to have the city demo it before they actually purchase it?
No.
What would be the, if we were to demo it, what would be the benefit for us to demo it?
Because it's a huge blighted eyesore. The neighbors behind it have been sitting there looking at it for a very long time. And we also own an apartment building across the street that's going to take a lot of money to rehab. And in order to make that more attractive, we need to get this building done.
So what happens if we demo it and nobody purchases the land, which I know is going to happen because it's wood, but at the amount that it's going to take to demo it. And so I guess my questions again are, besides wanting to find out about demoing, what exact questions do you want to know? Do you want to know how much they're going to charge us? What
see you, Madam
exactly
Pro
do
Tem.
you want them to tell us?
How much it will cost to bring it down?
How much it costs, and we're gonna compare that to what's gonna make us say that $5,000 is too much?
So
I'm
we
just
putting it
giving an
out,
arbitrary
we
number.
putting it out.
It's not 5,000.
We putting it out for information so we can see. We don't know those questions. That's what we're asking for this information.
Everybody understands that? No.
I do.
So what you're asking, you're gonna, first let me go back again. Where are we going to put this RFI out in? Where we gonna put it? Where we gonna send it?
What is on bidding that?
Just BidNet?
Mhm.
We don't, do we still use, we're only gonna use BidNet?
For now.
That's a state and national.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
trying to clear questions.
I think so.
Have we looked at checking with the county if they have any interest in any particular area that we hold, that they would be able to assist us in demoing? I know we have to give them something. I mean, I know it might not be money, but they sometimes have an interest, and the county will sometime assist in that matter. Have we looked at that?
Yes, we have, and no, that's not an option. We need to know what it's gonna take to get this thing knocked down, and then we can go back into our partner list. You know, we are working with the state, we are working with other agencies.
So stop right there. We're gonna go back into our partner list. What's the partner?
Like the Department of Treasury, the State Land Bank, and those partners that we're working with.
To
Those are
demo or to purchase?
not purchase, we need it demoed.
And
The
so-
city owns it.
I know.
Okay.
That's
So-
it's a good question though, Councilwoman Manica, because the state land bank demo buildings. State land bank, if you all recall, the state land bank tore down high school. And so, you know, council passed the MOU last week for the McKenna group. And that MOU has a joint group now of Michigan Department of Treasury, NISTA, MEDC, Wayne County Land Bank, and the state land. So there is an opportunity now for conversations to be had with the state land bank regarding that building. So we get some information back from the building. Maybe that's a project that the state land bank in our new partnership can help the city with. It's an opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Ashaki.
Yeah, Mr. Shafi, don't know. Yeah, no, go right ahead, Mr. Shafi, the floor is yours.
So Ms. Manica, tonight you are all in my head. You gotta get out of there, okay? All right, I've spent at least 30 years of my life, most of it as a kid with my father working in constructions. A building of that size to tear down is going to be anywhere from 1.5 to $3 million. And that's depending on if it has asbestos. And seeing as how old it is, yeah, it's got asbestos. And that's going to have to be cleaned up properly. You know, so we're looking on the higher end of $3 million. But Ms. Manica did point out exactly what I was going to say. Is there anybody who's looking to purchase the property and asking us to demo it before they purchase it?
Like I told Councilwoman Manica.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so you know, a price tag of that size, if we were to demo something like that and it came out of this city's pockets, that's got to be added into the price for the sale of the land. It's got to be. We need to get that money back. Otherwise, that's something that we're not going to do. I cannot in good conscience use the taxpayers' money to tear down a building, and then somebody comes along, we spend $3 million to tear down this building, and then somebody comes along and asks to buy the land, and we sell the land for $250,000. That's a loss to us. That's a great loss to us, okay? So I'm pre-warning everybody. I'm pre-warning council and the administration. That's something I would fight until I die. No way in hell I'm gonna spend that kind of money and then take a loss on top of the sale of the land. Okay, so if we demo it, if it comes out of our pockets, that price tag of what it costs us to demo it is added on to the sale. And I yield back.
Okay, Madam Pro Tem, you got it. We're gonna go around because I'm.
Yes, Carlton, I've asked this question more than once. Who picks which properties are to be demolished? And I ask that because it's a brand new development on Highland that has a horrible eyesore. And it's ready for, it's move-in ready. And it's a building right behind it. And the people that move in, that's what they're gonna look at every day. So who picks which building is to get demolished?
This is something that the administration came up with. So we,
Yes,
yes.
I'm done.
Do you have anything, Ms. Martin? Okay, so,
Wait,
let's, go ahead, Ms. Manica.
so you mentioned rehabbing the other building. When we get that RFI or that information, will that be part of information that maybe it doesn't need to be demoed, or it can be rehab, or somebody has that kind of money, just wants to do that? I don't know who has that money, somebody out in the world does, but I'm saying, is that part of that information as well, that maybe, no, we don't need to demo it, we can just rehab?
No, this is for demo.
We straight looking
This is
for
for
demo.
demo, yes.
And so when you say administration, pick that, does that mean CED and the mayor? Does
Yes.
that mean, okay. I think that was her question.
It's something we discussed as the administration, and it's something that we want to move on. How much it would take to knock that building down?
Well, I think that's all my questions out right now. I'm thinking, I asked you one about the rehab since you mentioned that. And I do agree that's an eyesore. I do know that someone wants to rehab the other building. I just wanted to know why RFI persons just go ahead and ask. So I got
But we can't award
I
it,
got
we
it.
don't have the money. All right.
Oh,
You all
to speak
set?
to Mr. Shafi, on the 2 million or whatever it might take, there may be an option that that developer will have some other benefits. So whatever it is, I am with Mr. Shafi, there has to be some benefits or something to the city, because everybody comes here and asks for their tax break. So I guarantee you, we need a tax break, and we probably need something almost as big as what's there. That's just my opinion. I'm ready for the vote.
Okay, hold on a second. Now, everybody had their statement, and let me just, yes, ma'am, it's my turn. So, I fully understand and respect the comments made by my colleagues here, but I think the only difference in our perception of the process is that this is something that I've been working on for a long time, trying to understand, not to do, just trying to understand. What Mr. Clyburn said is correct. It has to be an RFI and not an RFP because, our RFQ, because we're not asking for a quote for anything, but the complexities of demolishing the first building in the state of Michigan with underground parking, a building that is over 100 years old. That is a very complex process. You must, if you drive an old raggedy car, I got an old raggedy pickup truck, before I can get it fixed, I have to go get an estimate. How much is it gonna cost for the bond, or how much is it gonna cost for the paint? I can't just say, I think I'm just gonna go without any information, transform this thing into something remodeled. In the city of Detroit right now, and in the state of Michigan, there is not a trough of money available for poor, distressed cities to give out for demo. We had the county come here and try to give us money to demolish properties that were deemed worthy of demolition. All they wanted to do was be responsible, knock them over and be responsible for the little plot of land. And that would have been a benefit to us because they would have cut the grass. That would have been less properties that we would have had to manage. And we said no. We had the county came here before and we told them no. So there's no impetus for them to come here before. There's absolutely no reason. Look on the screen at this big, excuse my language, this big ass building that I was standing in front of. They couldn't even get the development started until they went through and demoed all the hanging metal and asbestos. Those developers spent $10 million of their own money. This was a city-owned property. They spent $10 million of their own money on demo before they could even close it out. It's huge. When you get a huge building like that, it costs a lot of money. And they spent tons of money, over $1 million on estimates alone, out of pocket. So I want people to understand that the process is, although we would love for it to be easy, what Mr. Clyburn is doing is not easy. There are no funds. We come to the trough with our pockets turned out every time. So it would be fantastic if we could magically make people want to give us money to do, they call it mold work, but we just don't. That's all I have to say, Ms. Martin.
I got a couple questions. So my understanding is we're just requesting information, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Are we absolutely gonna demolition this? It's not an absolute. Okay.
It's not absolute.
Okay, so my next question is, in all the information you gathered, what would be, what would you have to, I guess I wanna say here to be like, no, we're not moving forward. Am I making sense?
You making sense, but there is no triggers. We just want the information so we know what we're working with. So as we sit down and we work with this group, the partnership group like Ms. Square talked about, we can put that on there, or if it may come up like, hey, what would y'all like to see? Or hey, you know, we got this money, let's knock that down. And we're already ready. So we know what the cost is.
Who is y'all? City council, you say y'all?
Just
What would,
as-
you
as
said,
a
what
group.
would y'all like to see? Who's the y'all?
So when we took in this group, as the city would like to see done, that's the city administration would like to see done.
Okay, and then you get the information, the next step would be, after that, would be what?
We have to see what happens. We don't have a next step. We're getting information to see what it's gonna take. And then as we sit down and we start working with the partners, then if it comes up, it comes up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we would like to know what it would take to get that building down.
So you already got partners already considering.
The partners is the Michigan State Treasurer, the State Land Bank, MEDC, MISTA, County.
Okay, then that's this, whatever, imagine it being worth $10 million and you say 10 million plus 2 million that we use for demo. So that means the developer has to come to us with the understanding, now that Mr. Clyburn has his data, we could say that that piece of property right there on a train line is worth $10 million plus whatever it costs to demo it. So they will have a full understanding, but without that knowledge, we really can't assess a value. We can't bake that into the cake. We can't even bake in appreciation until we know what it costs, what the current destroyed structure costs to have removed. Would that be accurate? That'd be accurate assessment. Okay, all right, and then we'll go ahead and, Ms. Manica, you had it.
I did.
I was ready to call for
You made a statement about money. We just haven't, in all honesty, there's more money out there. We just haven't looked in all the places yet.
No, okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'm ready to call for the vote. If anybody else have any objections on item 6B, resolution to issue a RFI, a request for information to seek information regarding the potential demolition of a large mixed-use building located at 12850 Woodward Avenue. The motion was made by Councilwoman Manica, supported by Councilman Ashafi. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ashafi,
No.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to item 7 of the recreation, under item A, resolution to approve the gift of playground equipment updates with Store Park from Say Detroit. City Council, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion? So we have a motion to approve by Councilman Ashafi, second by Councilwoman Manica. Questions, concern, dissent? Madam Deputy? Yep, Madam Pro Tem?
This is for the gift,
Yes, ma'am. Playground equipment.
and, Ms. Norman, please come to the podium and explain to the citizens and myself what.
Say Detroit is committed to doing a lot of work in the city. And what they do is we work closely with them to go to the different parks in the city and look to see if there's ways that they can assist us. And they try to do a project once a year, and they do it around this time of year. They're partnered with Michigan Recreation Construction Company, and they go through their inventory and see what they have and see where there's areas in our parks that may need some assistance. So this year we've already done work at Casey Perchman. We have grant funding to do some things at the rec center and the McKinsey Field. So we were looking at Storm. And a lot of this is based on the fact that we have a sheet that we do weekly park inspections. And on that inspection, it says how many people are in the park, who's using the park, what does the equipment look like? So we have an idea of which parks are being used the most. And those are the ones that we kind of concentrate on doing now.
Additional questions, concerns? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 7A?
Councilman Ashafi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
Yes.
Council President Thomas.
Motion, yes, motion carries. Under item 7B, under recreation resolution to reissue the RFP for the Spark Grant Prime Professional Construction Management Services. City Council, what's your pleasure?
Motion to approve with questions.
We have a motion to approve the resolution made by Councilman Ashafi. Do we have support with questions? Do you have support?
Support.
We have support offered by Ms. Manica. Mr. Ashafi, go right ahead with your question.
Sue, this is one of yours, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a little bit of insight into it. I understand that probably one of the reasons that bids didn't come at the last council meeting was because we got Mister is doing this, right?
No, not this.
Who's doing this?
This is state money through DNR.
Okay.
And there's a Michigan commission that's a nonprofit.
Okay.
That's working with the state.
Okay.
What happened with this is when the original grants went in, it's all based on points. And it became a David and Goliath situation, similar to the things that Carlton is going through, where we have to have partners to assist us in doing some of these things. If you look at Detroit, their recreation division has an entire landscape design division. They have grant writers, they have graphic designers, they have engineers, all just in their department. We don't have that. So the smaller cities were missing out on some of these funds because we don't have that support. So they took the pot of money and they split it. They put half a pot over here, half a pot over here. The bigger cities, you guys fight for this. Cities like Inkster, I believe Gladwin, cities like that, we're in this other pot of funding, which we're gonna be given assistance in some architectural pieces, some engineering pieces that won't take from the grant itself.
Okay.
So there's nonprofits that are gonna be working with the organization to assist us with the engineering pieces, with the architectural pieces, where we have this $900,000. We're gonna end up spending 400,000 of it for architects, the designs and everything. So they're trying to get that piece out, so we have a larger piece of money to do our project.
Okay.
And some of the people that would normally bid on $1 million project, once they saw some of the additional work, they were like, wait a minute. So they went back and revisited their RFP and they made a couple of changes, so they're asking us to resubmit.
Okay, all right. I yield back, Council President.
Additional questions and concerns? Madam Deputy Clerk, could you please call the roll on item 7B?
Councilman Shafi,
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carried. I'm gonna besiege my colleagues here to call a 2-minute recess.
So moved. Yeah.
So, Madam Clerk, we're gonna call a 2-minute recess. I'm gonna take it to 2-minute recess. I'm not gonna stop during citizens' participation for all the coffee that I drank, but I'm also not gonna embarrass myself as a 53-year-old man. So we're gonna take a 2-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. No, that I can't do that. Yeah, that I just skipped that a second. With my glasses, I can pack my glasses.
I was trying to read that too, but I'm trying to my phone. It got more black.
Yeah, no.
I'm trying to do the next one.
Oh. Okay, all right. Okay. Wow. Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's an old, no, that's my friend Miles' building. That's the one I forget right across from where the old plant is. That is, that's the, it's down there and, yeah, I've been through there.
Okay, because this one we.
Okay,
It's 107.
so I should park in the lot. I should park outside.
Paquette building, this is south of the Paquette building. This is just.
No, because Council President car is amazing.
All right.
And I parked in the lot. You know what I'm saying? So he got to do what I had to come back down to bed and come right. Yeah, because I normally don't take the stairs, I normally take the stairs, and when I took it and had to come back down the year, that pissed me off. I'm just being honest with you.
Okay, so. Okay. Thank you very much, members of council. For that, I'll open the floor for a motion to reconvene our meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is now back in session at 8:31 PM. We are on to item 8, which is under the Seniors Department, a resolution to accept the fiscal year 2025 Detroit Area
Motion to approve.
Area on Agency DAA grant for $19,794. We have a motion from Councilman Shafi. We have support for that. We have a second from Pro Tem Robinson. This is a resolution to accept a grant from the Detroit Area Agency on Aging. Questions, concerns, dissent? Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 8?
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion carries. For item 9, outside communication. This is a street renaming request from the Board of Directors at Prayer Temple of Love. And we are. Hold on. Oh, okay, let me just go ahead and read this. It's brought to us by Reverend Saint Richard A. Smith was the organizer. This is from the Prayer Temple of Love Cathedral at 12375 Woodward Avenue. Sent to us on October 15, 2024. Honorable City Council of Highland Park at the Robert Blackwell Municipal Center. Greetings, Honorable City Council. The Board of Directors of Prayer Temple of Love Cathedral humbly request an adage to the current street name Highland, located at the corner of Woodward and Highland, to honor our late pastor and organizer, Reverend Saint Richard A. Smith. It is our request that Highland will carry the name of our late pastor, Reverend Saint Richard A. Smith, who has been a respected pillar of this community for over 50 years. Our pastor, Reverend Saint Richard A. Smith, passed away April 16, 2020 due to COVID. And this is our way of inaugurating his legacy into the very fabric of this great city. Reverend Smith was the congregation of Prayer Temple of Love, Reverend Smith and the congregation of Prayer Temple of Love Cathedral moved into their current edifice located at 12375 Woodward Avenue, July 1977, and has been actively involved in the community. Reverend Smith has been an advocate for the city of Highland Park and has worked tirelessly to provide resources to the citizens of this great city. He and his collaborative efforts with many officials of Highland Park dedicated themselves to maintain and beautify the city, provide guidance and leadership, and maintain peace on Highland Street when Highland became bombarded with drugs and prostitution. He worked closely with former Mayor Blackwell and Miller, serving as Human Rights Commissioner as well as with the City Council. He organized Operation Feed All, funded by Wayne Metro, and fed the community at 17 Highland for 25 years. Currently, the church has partnered with the Forgotten Harvest for bi-monthly food giveaways. Reverend Smith also organized the PTLC drug program, mental health counseling with a licensed therapist, Wednesday homework help, and the PTLC Saturday educational tutorial computer program for students in kindergarten through high school with certified teachers. All programs were housed in the church's activity center located at 17 Highland. The Board of Directors of PTLC is requesting that the installation of the street line take place in November of 2024 as we celebrate and close out our late pastor and First Lady's 50th pastoral anniversary. We look forward to the council's response, praying that this prestigious honor will be granted for our late pastor, Reverend Saint Richard A. Smith, humbly submitted the Board of Directors, Prayer Temple of Love Cathedral. So let me ask a question before I entertain a motion. I'm gonna ask this of Mr. Bostrom. As the city council, in our capacity, are we in a position to help with the renaming of streets in this way?
That's something I would have to look into.
Because this is
Have you
just
done-
an
have you-
honorary naming, right? It's just a matter of
Right.
getting a declaration from the city and hanging it.
It would basically be like an additional placard under the official street name. I would have to see if is that how you've done it in the past
There's
through,
something in the charter for that.
I'm sorry.
There is. No, please, thank you for that information, because I would like to, this is the second time we've had a request like this. And,
If you could if you could direct our office to look into it and come back with an answer at the next council meeting, and maybe we could revisit this at the next agenda.
okay.
That would be November.
November 3rd.
When's the next? Well, actually, is there a council? The 18th?
Yeah. The next meeting we have is, it's November 4th or the 18th?
18.
18th, we don't have one on the 4th. Okay. Trying to figure out how I was gonna manage that. Members of council, after reading that, does anyone have anything to add? Because what we're doing is we're just receiving this outside communication. So I will have to ask for a motion to receive and file.
I'm saying, our next council meeting is on the 18th. What happened to the 4th?
It's in the schedule. It's a buy for the election.
Election's on the 5th.
I know, but they're gonna be voting. I can't answer the question, but I'm assuming that buy always comes if the election falls. Has this been a tradition? Yes, okay. We can look into it, but that's why our next meeting is good. Madam Pro Tem,
Can I make a suggestion?
please.
Attorney to get back with us with the information, and we can call a special meeting so they can celebrate this 50-year pastoral anniversary, please.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Okay, you get back to us like this week?
Sure. Well, I guess when in November is their anniversary? Is it November 1st,
we will
November?
probably
No,
need,
November what? That's what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
speaking about to the 18th.
yeah, so if we
So
could,
if you get that information, I will gladly call a special meeting.
Okay, if, depending on when it is in November, you may not need to call a special meeting if it's after the 18th, but I'll get that. I'll try to get you something this week.
okay,
I appreciate
the information will be extremely useful. I know that they've done it before with Wheelers Way. So I just want to find out what that process is.
Sure,
Because
sure.
if it comes up again, and we've lost some pretty strong pillars in the community, and we don't know what their neighbors may want to do, and I would like to learn what that process is, just so
Sure.
we could address it. The chair would entertain a motion to receive and file.
I did.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay, who made the first? Does it matter?
No.
Okay. Okay, Mr. El Shafi made a motion to receive and file this communication, seconded by Councilwoman Manica. Would you call the roll on item 9?
Councilman Shafi,
Yes, to receive and file.
Councilwoman Martin,
No.
Okay,
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
And I say for the record, please, Madam Deputy Clerk, that the attorney's gonna get back to us.
Yes.
So we can make a decision if we have to call a special meeting or not. So that this could be renamed in a timely manner.
Yes, I'll have
Noted.
something for you this week.
Thank you. Yes.
Council President Thomas.
yes, we have decided to receive and file this document in our official record. So now we're at the portion of the program where we turn the podium over to citizens for citizens participation. I will set the clock here for 2 minutes, and the citizens are welcome to queue up at the podium and share the information they feel pertinent for city council to know. I will not start the timer until you state your name, and after that, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Charlene Turner Johnson, and I am here on behalf of the Each One, Reach One initiative. You may know that I serve as the president of BASE, and BASE, along with partners at the Michigan, I'm sorry. I've been sitting here so long, I'm just going brain dead. The pastors. The Pastors and Ministers Network, along with DDON, which stands for Defending Democracy Action Working Network, has set a goal to try to double the number of voters in Highland Park that voted in the primary. There were about 1,200 voters in the primary. We want to at least double that number for November the 5th. How are we trying to do that? We're trying to do that by reaching out to everybody that voted and asking them to reach one, so that will double the number. In addition to that, we're reaching out to the churches, asking the pastors to adopt a block, to pass out flyers, to survey their neighbors, to see how many of them voted, to see if they will vote in November. We're working with the block clubs, asking the block clubs to assign block captains to survey their neighbors to see if they're voting. And we're passing out these little flyers. So I'm here this evening to invite council members to join us in passing out these little flyers. These little flyers give us two pieces of information. The first thing that they do is they tell us about our voting rights. So on one side of the flyer is about 5 little bullet points that tell the residents about their voting rights. On the other side of the flyer are 3 points that we pulled from the michigan.gov/vote website about 3 things that residents need to know. Number 1, that early voting starts in Highland Park, October 26th and ends November 3rd. Number 2, that people can register to vote now online up until the day of the election. And number 3, that people can get absentee ballots. So we want people to know those things to help more people get out to vote on November 5th or by November 5th. So if city council members would agree, take a few of these flyers and get some representatives in your districts to pass out a few of these flyers to your neighbors, then that'll help to spread the word. Councilman Ashafi, in your district, we've already covered from McNichols to Puritan with these flyers. And in some of the other districts, we've already covered a few because we have volunteers, of course, who are going around passing out these flyers. We discovered in talking with the folks at the Michigan Democratic Party that there are over 3,000 registered voters, over 3,000 registered voters in Highland Park, but only 1,200 voted in the primary. So if we could at least double that number, we feel like that would be a great thing to achieve. And this is all a part of community engagement, all the community engagement work that BASE does. It's all a part of community empowerment and just getting people working together to improve the quality of life in Highland Park. It's nonpartisan because we're 501c3, we can't promote any candidate, but it's education about voting. And we would like for our city council members to help with this initiative and get these little flyers out. The flyers are posted on Facebook, on the Concerned Citizen page, the Highland Park Residents page, other pages. There's an article in Chris's newspaper about the Each One, Reach One initiative. The word is getting out, so council members, you're welcome.
We got it, we got it.
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome to help Highland Park at least double the number of voters in November. All righty.
You and Miss Gracie gonna make me look bad because I can't. You know, I know the timer go off, but I'm over here sitting on my hands. I don't have enough. I was raised different, so it's hard for me to even have a conversation with you about the timer.
So how are you going to pick up these flyers?
We're gonna just get them when we leave, or if you wanna give them to us right now.
Okay, I can just leave them, a bunch of them here and you're gonna pick up some.
Yes, ma'am.
And so Mr. Shafi said they covered, that means you gotta go to District 2.
No, I still got from Puritan to 6 Mile.
All right. Well, thank you so much, ma'am. I'm gonna go ahead and have.
Yeah.
We have Puritan to 6 Mile already.
Okay, oh yeah, from Puritan to Tuxedo, correct.
Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and have that patient young man behind you. Go ahead and take his 24 minutes. You know I'm holding you to the clock, right?
Oh, no, good evening, council. I want to thank you for allowing her to speak as long as she did. I respect her as well, and what she was saying was very important.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I'm here for a different type of conversation. I want to, I posted some stuff about you guys on Facebook, and I have a huge following. A lot of people checked it out. A lot of people out of town checked it out in Kentucky, where I went to college at, and DC, a lot of places. And they got back with me and asked me what's going on. And I told them about, I've been at a council meeting in a while, and I was shocked about this lighting thing. I didn't know much about it. And when the vote came around, we didn't know much about it. So that post allowed me personally to find out about it. I want to thank you, Charmaine, and I want to apologize to you, as well as you as well, for calling me personally and telling me what was that all about. Why did you vote no? Why did you vote no? And the reasons was what you explained today. You didn't know, you didn't have the information that you needed to know. That's empowering. If you don't know, you can't vote. I get that. I want to apologize myself. This is not Parker Pride. This is me. And the post didn't go for Parker Pride. It went from me. And when I saw what I saw, and the people that I talked to saw what they saw and heard what they heard, they was leery. What's going on? They want to know. So I'm here to tell them when I get back, and I get back on my Facebook page, and I'm gonna let them know they revoted. It passed. You know, you got your information, and I commend you for digging how you dug. That was deep, man. I got to give you that. You dug up some things we didn't know and we wanted to hear. You dug up how and what and who was gonna watch this money. But my man got up and he really nailed it. He let you know what was going on and how that was all put together. That's what I mean by this city has to grow. We have to do things that will allow us to grow. These grants and bills and things you guys come across, get into them. Get them to them early so we can pass some stuff. I mean, we should have Christmas lights going all the way down Woodward saying, you're in Highland Park now. It's dark on Webb and it's dark on 6 Mile. And then you got us. I mean, we don't have just an inkling of money to put some lights up to say, welcome to Highland Park. We do celebrate this national holiday. We're gonna do this light show. Well, it's not a light show anymore, it's a festival. We're gonna put this festival on December the 7th in partnership with the city of Highland Park and Rehab Highland Park. And I got a couple other sponsors who saw that Facebook page. They wanna get involved. A few of them wanna get involved and buy businesses here. They wanna buy a property. Guess what they told me? I'm scared. I said, why? Man, your council vote everything down. I said, what? They named you two. They vote no every time. It's no, we can't. I'm scared. I don't want to go and do this and be, you know. I said, just give it a shot. So some few people is gonna come and ask you, can they buy these buildings? And they want to know, can they be a part of our community and want to add money to this community, real money. So just listen to some of these people. And if you got to investigate them, investigate them. But try to keep your nose to a minimum, especially if you can research to see who the nose is. You know what I mean? So in saying that, I want to apologize to the council as well, because you guys are a part of one body, as well as you, Charmaine, and you, for saying what I said, how I said it, without having the information that I needed. But I got it now, I want to apologize. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, seeing no more people coming towards the podium. I'm just gonna be killed by the clock today, though. I decide I want to take a rest. I'm gonna get killed by the clock.
My name is Jacqueline Hall, and I live at 54 Grove. My issue is next door, I believe it's 58 Grove. And I think the property is owned by the Housing Commission. I've asked them to come out and cut the backyard. It is a jungle back there. There are, I don't know if they're possums or what they are, but they are big where I have a big trash can and they are pulling my trash can down. And they runs over there in the 58 Grove. I think that's the address, but it's a jungle back there. And every time I call, they said, well, we're gonna send somebody out there, but nobody ever comes. So it's like, I don't know what to do. Like when I go home now, I'm gonna have my car lights on so that I can make sure that it's nothing out there. So that's kind of my issue is, can anything be done? If they can come out and just cut the yard and it's trees, sometimes I, will cut the trees too, because whatever it is, they crawl up in the trees and they're making noises. I don't know if they're gonna jump out. I don't know what's up there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not gonna belabor anything. My name's Gracie Wooten again, 249 Easton Street. I just wanna thank you, for that, passing that ordinance, and also to say that I didn't mean to confuse people. I was clear that the ordinance was separate from any kind of grant application. you know, and it's probably because I've been involved, you know, in that whole thing since 2022, when the LEAP grant was awarded, that $500,000 to Highland Park for all this technical support. I was aware of that. So I just thought council knew that the ordinance was separate from any kind of grant, you know, applications. Because, you know, as you know, it was said, you know, we're gonna have a lot of grant applications. In fact, back in 22, Highland Park was awarded money from the state of Michigan for solar lights, which have never been installed. You know, it was like $200,000, you know, and, you know, I kept asking, you know, Mr. Bosman, you know, will this happen? But he said the grant wouldn't expire. So hopefully that kind of money can go on with even this. Plus, I'm also aware that Solidarity has money. They have people who've awarded them money to help with this whole solar thing. Plus, I understood that the C site included other things other than solar lights. You know, I was clear on that, you know, and so I'm sorry if I confused the council, but I knew you were supposed to be just dealing with the ordinance tonight and not any kind of grant stuff. Now, I want to thank you for supporting that and also for the resolution for the recreation center, that grant, you know, is to do improvements on one of the parks. You know, I think it's Ives, where they're supposed to do some, it's for baseball fields and also pickleball. I don't know anything about pickleball, but, you know, I would like to learn how to play. You know, I'm not too old to do that, you know. So, you know, these kinds of things, these kind of improvements, you know, I just want opportunities, you know, improvement opportunities, you know. I'm just thankful that those were approved. And also, Councilman Shafi, since you're my district person, I emailed you I texted you a copy of the council meeting where the city council gave the community development, the approval to apply for that Seaside grant back in May. I just mailed it to you so you could see when you did that. And so thank you very much.
Come on, Ms. Fry, ain't no clock tonight. I just like, you know what? I said, you know what? Come on, y'all.
Mr. Damon, when is this water bill gonna go down? You said 6 months. You said 6 months. When I go and pay my bill this time, I'm paying for shit.
We never said it was going down.
It's at 6 months though.
We said that you got a temporary increase in the middle of the year.
Nah, I ain't hear no temporary increase. I was here, said we'll do it for 6 months.
Our bill every month to legal is $550,000.
And are we paying it? Are we paying it?
We are barely making it.
Did we pay it?
Barely making it.
Are we paying it?
We have to wait every month to the 25th.
Did we pay it? Have we paid one bill?
We paid May, June, July, August, September, it's October, we hold our breath.
As we know, we bad here paying bills and you still the city administrator and we're gonna hold you accountable. You gotta make sure these bills are paid.
Listen, I'm doing the best I can, but I'm not a miracle worker.
I understand that.
And the people in Highland Park, the bottom line is those meters gotta go in.
Well, hey, we paying for extra money. My bill went up extra $20. That's messed up.
The bills went up because that was the deal.
It wasn't a deal. I thought it wasn't a deal.
No, that was the deal. The deal was Highland Park, your bills are gonna go up, but we're gonna give you all this money. That was the deal.
No, you didn't say that was in the deal that said we weren't gonna be responsible for the bill. It was off the citizens.
Well, how?
I don't know. It just got through on us.
How is the city gonna survive?
I understand now how y'all doing it, but it wasn't said like that.
That was the deal. The state came here. They came here.
No, it just wasn't explained to them. We know these papers are this big. It's like read the fine print. That's how we doing right now. Read the fine print. But it should have been said like that. That's a lot of money.
Highland Park they were telling
announce to the world that you owe 50 million.
Y'all should have been paying the bills.
70 million.
Shit, I don't even know how this bill got like this.
Okay, Ms.
State settled it. And the Highland Park skin in the game was that they had to have a mid-year increase and that they would have to wait for their adjustment to go down until the meters go in.
It wasn't. I promise you, it wasn't a thing like that.
So ladies, excuse me, ladies.
But I'm just saying.
Excuse me, ladies.
No.
Excuse me, ladies.
No, let her finish. Thank you.
Okay.
It really
So
wasn't a
excuse
string
me,
like
ladies.
that, but I appreciate
Excuse me,
Mr. Damon
ladies.
having a community.
Excuse me, ladies.
Thing to deal with this water, because it's super high.
Okay.
We got 3 methods of, we got SAW.
Let the lady talk, please. We're talking, please.
Okay, so I suspend.
We got Michigan Health and Human Services.
But everybody don't
We
qualify
have
for that.
natural and we have payment arrangements.
We understand that. Yeah, your payment arrangement is $400 versus $120.
Your water's not shut off.
Of course, like, we gotta keep water, we Negroes. What the hell?
The city has not put it on your tax roll.
I understand all of that. We
So
do.
what's the problem?
The problem is, it was said that it would be to June.
No, it was not.
Okay,
I
so
swear it
ladies,
was. We can go back and check the tape.
listen, ladies, I opened up the timer on citizens' comments so the citizens could comment. I did not hope to entertain this heated discourse between the two of you. That's not what I was trying to do tonight. I wanted to leave as much time for the citizens to say as much as they wanted to say. But I didn't want to open up the channel for a heated discourse like that when the factual information is available and the two of you could talk in private and you could show if Miss O'Brien, you could meet with Miss Square and she can show you in print the things that she was saying. I don't want you guys to have to argue at the end of the council meeting. What I'd like to do is turn it over to citizens.
That wasn't an argument. That was
It was a discussion, true. But it was different than what we allowed here earlier. And I didn't want us to get too far off the rails. Time was not important tonight. So if we could go ahead right now, thank you very much for those citizens who have participated. No good deed goes unpunished. I try to make it possible for a little deviation and
Has there been anybody online?
thank you so much for reminding me of that. Thank you. When I say thank you, I am not joking when I say thank you, that because that is a real. God is great. No, there are no hands raised online. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and move into council affairs, starting with the councilman from the 3rd district, Mr. El Shafi. I'm going to turn the floor over to you to get us leading towards the door.
Mr. Bostic, have we had an opportunity to study the request I asked you at the last council meeting?
Yes, Mr. Councilman, I'm looking into it regarding the property taxes and their effect on seniors and the impact of potential development on their tax rates and the council's concern about the affordability and them being able to stay in their homes. I hope to have something at the November meeting in memo form. If not, then definitely by the first meeting in December for you.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm gonna get a little bit personal here. So there's only one person that sat in this chair since I've been in the city that I respected and appreciated. And that was Councilwoman Mamie Posey Moore. May she rest in peace. Really good woman. Always had the love and feel for the city. Never turned her back on the residents. Never, not one time, didn't have time to talk to a resident who had a question or concern. And in that same spirit, I sit here now hoping to honor that legacy of looking out for the residents and making sure that you get exactly what you need. Having said that, I want to say to the internet tough guys on Facebook, don't huff and puff behind the internet. Come say that shit to my face. I love to hear from you. If you're as tough as you claim you are, say it to my face. My tolerance is low, very low for garbage. It's so low, you have no idea the restraint I have sitting here tolerating these meetings. You got something to say to me? Don't be on the internet like the cowards that you are. Say it to my face. Whenever you're ready. My council number is 313-348-3666. 1255. You can reach me 24/7. Whenever you're ready, whenever you're tough enough, come on with it. This is not a popularity contest. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to be your buddy. I'm not going to come to your house and eat dinner. We're not going to watch a football game and have a couple of beers. We're not going to do none of that shit. My job here is to make sure that you survive, whether you like it or not. You don't like me, I really don't give a damn. And I express that with a whole heart. You don't like me, I really don't give a damn. But I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna do my job as long as I'm here, whether you like it or not. Now, I get that in this particular role, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But at least there should be a level of discourse and civility. Some level of professionalism. You got a problem with me, we should be able to discuss that. But instead of you doing it the adult way, and most of you are way too old to be doing the things that you're doing online. A lot of you are old enough to be my grandparents, and the level of disrespect is amazing to me. But the moment I get disrespectful, and there are levels to it, and my disrespect is greater than yours will ever be, if you want to test that water. I don't care about nothing but the survival of the city. I will sit here and I will do my jobs. I know it's damned if I do and damned if I don't. Some of you gonna like what I have to say. Some of you don't. Really don't care. But you got something to say to me? Don't be on the internet like a bunch of cowards. Say it to my face. If you're man enough to type it, you should be man enough to speak it in person. I don't throw a rock and hide my hand. So whenever you're ready, and I say this to the cowards out there, whenever you're ready, so am I. Let's get into it. And you have a lovely day, HP. Miss Ward, can you let me out this damn door, please? Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Ms. Martin, floor is yours. Not sure what that was all about.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
That was an interesting invitation, wasn't it? Very interesting. But what I'm gonna have to do is rebuttal and say, that's not what city council meetings are for. That's not what being in this seat is all about. It's not even about survival, it's bigger than that. So there's a such thing called freedom of speech, and you can say whatever you want to on Facebook or on internet. That's the beauty of what's the amendment of freedom of speech? You can say what you want, but city council is not for that. That's number one. Number two, I do want to say this though. I do appreciate, I know he just left, and that's Sydney, he just left. I do want to say I appreciate him apologizing. However, at the same time, he also has to realize that he is Parker Pride. He is the face, the voice, and he is the name of Parker Pride. Every time you hear Parker Pride, you think of him first. So anything he says, yes, Parker Pride is attached to it. He has branded Parker Pride. So that's something he has to realize. So anytime he says that, it's really hard to separate the two. I'm a little excited about him putting on the December 7th, he said, the Christmas show. I'm excited about that. Number two, I do want to say that there is a Halloween event that's going on at the rec center on the 26th between 12 and 5 o'clock. All are invited. There are flyers downstairs at the booth. feel free to pick one up. With that being said, I always say thank you for coming out and staying here as long as you did. I appreciate that so much. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn this over to Monica.
Thank you. Good evening. And I want to echo all that sentiment of Ms. Martin. And it shows an example of our growth, whether you know it or not. Even in our meeting, we disagreed. We had quite a few discussions and still was able to vote on the other items. Some of us, all 5 of us, some was maybe not, but we were able to go on and get through. And that's what a meeting is about. And that's what growth is about, and we will continue to grow. So with Mr. Shockey, he's grown, whether we realize it or not. All of us have. With that, I want to say that we voted on an ordinance. Please understand that. We voted on an ordinance. So when that grant situation comes back up again, it's not the same thing. Just want to make sure that that is very clear. In regards to funding, we have been a city without. We have been a city who didn't know how to find. And the biggest thing is you don't know what you don't know. And so there is money out there. There are ways to create situations that you can make things happen. They may be small monies put together to create big ones. So I've spent this year visiting other cities and seeing that. So that's why I can say that. And hearing how they were able to make some things happen. But we have been a city who doesn't have. And we still are limited in our resources, more so in than we are out. And so we do have to look out to find them. Now, we're gonna ask those tough questions. At the end of the day, we're still gonna work together. We have to work together. So I just want to make that clear a little bit there. And also, I want to request, or I am going to request, Ms. Square touched on it. Mr. Shockey said I was in his head. And that is, from this point forward, I don't think that we should really be accepting or voting on anything else unless it's absolutely pertinent until we get that list to see where money has gone, what's been completed. And I have asked, and I did tell some people that I was going to email them, is what I'm asking them. So nothing's a surprise right now. That we need to know all the grants, because even Ms. Gracie came up here and could rattle off grants, and I think she mentioned one that she doesn't even know if it's complete, or it hasn't been used.
Haven't been, because we didn't have a.
So I'm going to again say that that is going to be a request, and I've said this before, sometimes you have to stop and take an evaluation of where we are before we move forward. So please, again, be patient with us. We have houses that are selling. Whether I think they should sell for that much has no bearing, because if it sells for that much, kind of helps us. But we need people. We need development that's going to bring people, to bring revenue. We also have to be patient with our engineers, our people here in administration, and we have to be patient with each other. So I'm really asking that. I did see a lot of comments. You never really see me comment. I don't think you ever see me comment. And that's because I know sometimes that's misinformation. And so again, it came out really early. So that is my request, and also to the lawyer that as well as we are prepared, that not that you don't come prepared, but that you come prepared as well to be able to maybe answer or direct, because I've seen a couple of times that I thought that we should have better choices, better answers to some of our questions. I'm hoping that I'm covering everything that I really wanted to say this evening. It's always nice when somebody else kind of covers it. Like I said, Ms. Square mentioned that. I really think we should have a running list. There's no think, there is. And a budget. What was spent, where it went, do we have any left? Let's close those out and find some others. So again, be patient until we get that staff where we can just have somebody who sits and looks for grants and writes them, other than the people that we have. We're spreading people thin. On a good note, there has been some things happening in Highland Park. I think they've all been mentioning. I would also like to see if we can have also, President, a list of it, knowing that people or that administration know what's happening in the city, what developments are going on, what improvements are being done. Because there are fees, so I'm welcoming, I think they come next week, am I right? It's where, what's the name of it?
McKenna's
McKenna's,
supposed to
they
start
will be
here
here next week.
November 7th.
Okay, November 7th.
That's the new firm that's gonna be replacing Sadyville. We've yet to come up with a date for the development committee. I think that development committee is gonna be very good opportunity for the city. It's the state land bank. You know, a lot of the pressure came up of who makes the decision about a building being demolished. A lot of it depends on who owns it. The city doesn't own a lot of buildings. The city owns most of the houses. And so a lot of these buildings are owned by the state land bank, and especially the state land bank, because you lose your property to the state and you don't pay certain taxes. But having that committee group is going to be very good, because it will be state land bank, Wayne County Land Bank, MISHDA, MEDC, and Department of Treasury. So Councilwoman is right. There may be some resources out here to help tear down that big building on what we're having to jumpstart some action and some energy in the community. And there would be an opportunity to get back to that conversation with Wayne County about the demolition of our properties that they wanted to, Council President, they wanted to keep the properties. It wasn't that we didn't want them to do it. They needed to own them, and our charter doesn't allow for it. But I think it's a great opportunity for everybody to be involved, for the council to be involved, and for the citizens to get involved. This whole jump starting of redevelopment. So I think it's gonna go up from here. Thank you.
Again, we CPAC and District 1, and I'm gonna be honest, but I'm not being biased. I really would like a gentleman or someone who is up and coming and want to learn and do things in the city to go forward. So please still come and see me, or inbox me, or call, or leave a message at the front desk that, hey, call me, I'm interested in CPAC. Okay, because I don't want to keep somebody there too long in that position. Also, Juan Shannon had a little thing today for his mural that will be going up. It's not gonna be finished this year, but Donald Goings, if you don't know who he is, just look into it, read about who he is. His works have also been taught at Brothers University. So it would be a pleasure to have a mural up in our city. Just period, you know, and it would help that project that Mr. Shannon has going forth. I want to also say thank you again, and many prayers and blessings to all of the officers, as well as the new officers that we have received and they got this year. Other than that, I think I'm gonna close out. We're almost done. Guys, you have a great night. Thank you for being patient. And somebody else sit out there. That's it for me, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to acknowledge that my pastor is here and my sister Joyce. Thank you for coming. I want to talk about first the noise ordinance, because I get a lot of phone calls from seniors and other residents in regards to loud music. And I know our ordinance states at least to be shut down when in the residential area, but that's not the case. And not even where I live downstairs. My block is pretty good with it because they're like my age and I know them. But I did experience it last week, and they didn't shut their music off to 4 a.m. But I would really like to put some teeth into that noise ordinance. And just like Ms. Square said, there are a lot of buildings that we do not own, but I've been asking for that information along with a whole lot of other information since January of 2023, and I have not received it yet. And also, when we took our seats, Carlton gave Kashid an outline of everything that he did and adopted when he was on council. And I'm gonna make you guys a copy of it and have it for you at the next council meeting, because I use this as a reference. And I think that's it. Looking forward to getting these streets renamed in an orderly fashion. And God bless everybody. I love it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies. I don't take the internet serious at all. In fact, on the advice of my father, I don't take anything with the power button serious. If it can be turned off, I don't really care what people think. What somebody says on a social media platform, I had to announce to my friends on social media, hey, y'all, I'm not on here no more. So don't send me no more messages. If you my real friend, you got my phone number, call me at home. As the council president, my email is available. Better than even phone calling me, send me an email. I get tons of emails. Believe it or not, I actually read them. I might not respond to you because I have 4 email addresses, but I read them. And since I fight on a regular basis, y'all stay yourselves at home. If you're crazy and you want to fight somebody, go find somebody else to fight. You're not gonna find a 53-year-old man who used to fight and who used to getting thrown around and choked to be looking for a new fight. I know better. Okay, go somewhere with that. That, like Mr. Shafi said, that's not our job. So that's not what we're here for. Just know that I don't take anything that's said on the internet or in the news about me seriously. It's not real as far as I'm concerned. What's real is the work that we do here in this room. And to Ms. Manica's point, you know, some progress is being made. We still don't agree on a significant number of things, but that was never the goal sitting in these chairs, is to agree on things. It was to be decisive about how would we respond to talking to 9 other people in the grocery store, or at the gas station, or in any store, any park in Highland Park. If you got 10 people together, ourselves being the 10th person, how would the group decide? What would they think is best for us? If you ask 10 people, and we should come up with a consensus, and if 6 people decide this is something that's good to be voted on, then as a representative of the group, we would bring forward the idea that the majority of people would think would be reasonable. And that's how we're supposed to approach our voting practices here. I would encourage the people in the audience, to the point of our earlier presenter who advocated increasing the number of people to vote. I would ask you to collect the campaign flyers. This is a ritual that has taken place in my house for years. I think probably since we've lived there. We try to collect the flyers from the election. Every election, we collect and put them in an envelope. You can imagine the amount of paper that we're talking about. But they are a very interesting time capsule, because if you go open these things up 2, 3, 4 years from now, it'll give you some sort of insight into what people were actually able to do, different from their campaign promises. I think it's very informative. They don't teach civics in the high schools anymore. And most young people, if you have a conversation with them, they are totally disconnected from the process that has, it was a thing that we fought a war over to form the country, is our ability to vote our own conscience. And so I would definitely advocate getting people out to the polls, but I would also advocate, remember the last election and the one before that. That will have something to do with the number of people who feel compelled to come out and vote. And the numbers are sad. And I'm among the people who did not come out and vote, because at the time I thought I had more important things going on that day. I just couldn't find time for it. I regret it. I regret it. I regret that I didn't at least add my name to the tally of people who had something to say. So that's all I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned, 9:19. Have a wonderful evening.
And good evening. Oh, it's 6 a.m.
Has 2 left feet.
Good night. Yes, ma'am.
Did you
Yes. Have you done 11?
I was wrong, it's too late. It's okay. It's all right.
Nothing. Okay. I thought maybe I was sleepy and tired. I thought maybe I needed some medication. I said, okay, we went over this. I'm going home. Good night. That wasn't even in it. I know, that's what I'm saying. So that wasn't even in my pocket. When I asked for this, me, you asked for it. Okay. Good night. Good night.
You too. I see you next time. Yes, sir. Put us in your prayers Sunday. I said, put us in your prayers Sunday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, you got some. They have some, man. I'm gonna take these and sit downstairs in the lobby. Is that okay? You wanna take some with you? Okay. All right, so I'll set these up.
Officially writing the check until they have certain things. So I'll go pull it out and I'll look at it because we want to make sure everybody's covered. The way that I understand today, without going back and doing it. Saying, this person is paying how much, that's not paying, that's just paying the match, that's not, so. it's either saying- Pay. Pay for thousands of dollars.
That's what we want. And so. Or the person that does the is a lot. That you can't just work with. So. And then he said, stay and stay said, oh, don't let us go back to that. Here's that first.